Hello, Bailover. How are you doing? And thank you at first. How are you doing? So I'm hoping I don't have too many issues with this game. I haven't had time to, I haven't managed to test it too much. Music's a tiny bit on the loud side. One of the problems with this game is that
10 centuries shall the fortress stand, walls of spirit wrapped in walls of fire, and horned lords shall bow their heads to one not yet born of the darkest sire.
Yeah, you're right. This is one of those wonderful games that does the whole not loading the audio settings before it gets to the main menu. Wonderful. I don't know why I don't just assume everything is that way. But yeah, I haven't managed to test this because it has a intro cutscene, or like when I start it has an intro cutscene, and I can't skip it. And also, I just couldn't be bothered to sit through like, I don't know, 5 minutes or however long it takes to get through. I feel like this is one of those games that might not particularly like tabbing in and out. That's not a good sign. This is not a good sign at all. Okay, if I try to tab back in as well. That is not great. I mean, at least it's capturing while it's frozen. I guess it's a good start. Let's just try killing the thing. Yeah. Oh, you've been playing Link to the Past? Nice. Yeah, I think I just grabbed it. I think I just grabbed Link to the Past sound because that was I think it was like a mix of the cleanest and probably like the most well-known version of it. It's fairly loud actually, huh? I want to see this intro cutscene.
10 centuries shall the fortress stand, walls of spirit wrapped in walls of fire, and horned lords shall bow their heads to one not yet born of the darkest sire. 1 century of blood and strife. The moon shall darken and none know why. The resting place at last is found of the seventh who soared so high.
Yep, it is super empty. Yeah, good year for kicking, yeah. That's pretty much the only thing I remember from this game is the kicking. I mean, I already have an actual Super Nintendo on the means to play and stream it. I know the volume is a little bit loud, I'll try to do something about it. No, it's not RGB mode, it's just the default Super Nintendo.
Last daughter of a forlorn line shall guide him into history. Beneath the crypts, prophecies clash. The war of ancient enemies. eyes.
That told me pretty much nothing. Wonderful. Okay, so I'm getting this far. I'm pretty sure I think it is just if I tab out, like, on that loading screen, because I tabbed in and out when I was testing this, and it worked fine. Just test, make sure it doesn't fuck up when I tab in and out here. No, now it works fine, tabbing. So this is just be a bit careful and on the loading screen. I mean, yeah, I just feel like, yeah, I just like the idea of playing it on the original hardware, you know. So I might want to look into modding the Super Nintendo. 'Cause I'm thinking of buying a Game Boy Advance consolizer. But if I do that, I would have to actually buy a soldering kit as well. If I do that, I might as well look into modding some other consoles as well. So I think we're just gonna go straight in. I don't actually have a good idea of the difficulty of this game, and you can really tell this is a Source Engine game. Like the menus just scream Source. They done a little bit of trying to make it a little bit better with like the little bit fancy at the corners. Yeah, not a. The fuck? Why would you put lean left and lean right on the set and X button? I guess maybe just keys you don't gonna need a whole lot. I think there's a key is an F. I think I might try moving that to my thumb button on the mouse, and put use on F, and lean on Q and E. As close to the original hardware as you can get without being original hardware. It even has the slowdowns from the original games. There's a lot of stuff on the screen. Yeah, I mean, good hardware has that as well. Or good emulation, I mean. Yeah, I like that. I just like the idea of having the original hardware. Then I know it's not, like any issues I encounter is just age-related. I mean, might actually be bad, even worse, actually, now that I think about it. I think that's about as much preparation as I can do before I actually get into the game. Oh yeah, have anyone played this? Do anyone have any idea of what difficulty is good for this game? Because the only thing I remember from this game, as I said, is the kicking part. Because I remember this being really big right around when I started getting like LAN parties. I never really played a lot of it. Honestly, the main two reasons I decided to play this right now is just that, like, I mean, one is that it's Arcane's. It's pretty much one of my favorite developers. Well, that's a good enough reason in itself. But I just happened to watch a video that had some footage from it, and I thought it looked. I thought the graphics looked surprisingly similar to the style of Arx Fatalis. So you just kind of want to play that. Just made me want to play it. Dark Messiah difficulty. I mean, the important part is really, can you change once you're in the game? That's not good. I mean, the first thing that shows up on Google is, I love Dark Messiah to death, but there isn't enough gameplay depth to justify the ridiculous difficulty of hard. That doesn't sound like that sounds like I should just go with normal. Okay, you can change gameplay difficulty at any point from the options. Oh, never mind. That is some idiot that based that on the fact that it was sort of similar to Half-Life. Wonderful. Love those people who are like, oh, I never played this game, but here's some information on a barely related game that might be the case in this one as well, just presented as complete fact. I don't want help. I want to know what difficulty is good. Though it does sound like it might just be best to play it on normal. Although I'm seeing people suggesting that hard might be a good choice, actually. Yeah, so yeah, hardcore is just like, oh yeah, 2 it's dead. Yeah, people seem to fairly agree that hard might be the way to go. Let's try that.
Master Fenrig, where are you?
I'm here, Sareth. Now listen. In the room ahead, there's an altar with a spider artifact. Take it. We'll need it to get to the Shantiri crystal. My voice will guide.
Oh wow, I actually only had...
Have no fear. I'll be watching over you.
I didn't bother... I only had to wait that long to get... I just saw that, like, the dialogue opening was like, okay, this is gonna be like 4 or 5 minutes at least. I'm not gonna bother sitting through this for testing. Since I was sorely mistaken. Entirely sure. Maybe want it a bit. It's a completely different. Okay, for some reason, there's a completely different brightness adjusting screen here than it was when I first booted the game. That is interesting. How is the mouse? The mouse seem about right, maybe a little bit on the fast side. Yeah, it seems about good. Might have to adjust a little bit later. Right, find the Shantiri crystal, obtain spider key. Hello, Dash. How are you doing? Welcome in. Oh, the objectives actually disappear after a while. And that... Interesting. So the objectives auto-disappearing didn't count for The tutorial party. That's kind of interesting. A map? No, we can lean. Trying really hard to play video games, but the PS5 won't let you. Are you playing the new like the Returner or Returnal or whatever it was called? That's a first. It's been a long time since I had a game that has crouch on control. Actually, it feels weird pressing it now. I watched. Oh my god, they fucked up the launch so badly with that game. I was watching Excessive Profanity do like a launch stream of that, and it had like the big countdown, like hour left, 30 minutes left, and it got to 0, and it's just like they swapped to completely new countdowns, like 2 hours left. Because apparently like that first countdown was just for like the worldwide launch, and then it swapped to like Australia specific launch time, and it's just like, what? Like, what the fuck? How do you mess that up? I think it was like something like. I think like America and New Zealand got it on like the first countdown timer. I mean, New Zealand because they are that's their time zone, and America because I don't know. I think they got it. Not sure. Yeah, that was really fucked up. That made everything really bright, huh? It might be a little bit too dark, but I don't know how. I kind of like that it is like nice and like properly dark as well, because it does make the dark look nice and dark. Back with that. Just continue running until it's more tutorial text. I might want the mouse a tiny bit. I feel like games should have like an interactable mouse adjustment where it's like something like it's like point at these. It's like various like aim at this target, and just automatically adjust mouse to try to like figure out what you would want the mouse at. I don't know if that would just cause more issues. Okay, that's a good start. It actually, and this shouldn't be a thing that you praise the game for, but the tooltip at the top does use the adjusted key binding. That's just like a good start, because you do occasionally have some games where it's just like where you change the key binding and still just uses the old default key binding in the tutorial text. It's like, oh no, don't do that.
So far, so good.
Use the spider key we found, Seraph.
It's like talking in my head, but is there anything that could possibly go wrong with that? I'm wondering what that half-lit cross. Oh, I think that might be how well hidden I am. Something to that effect. Yeah, I think the white part is how well hidden I am. It's especially like a light gem. It's kind of interesting because there seemed to be a little bit of like when I walked back out, into the shadows again, there's a little bit of delay before I'm considered hidden, which is kind of interesting. I guess that's sort of like to I guess sort of like count like people would know you're there for a little while. Cool. Okay.
Pull the lever, Sareth. Then hurry through the far gate.
Yes, yes, Yep, for default stamina. I'm not sure if I would have thought about it if I didn't know it was the same developers, but the environment does have a little bit of the same feel as Arch Fatalis, I
See the
feel.
planks around that pillar? They look weak. See if you can break them. It looks like you'll have to go up here. Jump on that chain and climb.
Okay. Yeah, this is my preferred style of controlling. I think when it comes to controlling up and down and climbing on a rope or chain or whatever. Just like if you press forward, you go whatever direction you look, like up or down depending on where you're looking. And backwards just sort of goes the opposite way. I feel like that makes more sense. I've played a couple of games where it's like W is always up and S is always down. So even if I look up and press W, or up and press, even if I'm looking down and press W, I'll still be going up, which I feel is weird. I don't know if that was a set location to climb or if there's actual.
Physical obstacles will be the
No, it looks like
easiest to face in this life.
Looks like there might be mantling actually in this game.
To conquer them.
Does the crates being set on fire? It is nice. It does go out rather quickly. Okay, I kind of love that. It's because of the damage on the fire, there's blood splatter on the crate. I think that will get me anywhere with it. Is there a quick save button actually? I don't know how often it auto saves. F6 and F9. How about F5 and F9? Save nuts. Oh god. Well, that didn't gotta go as I planned. Doesn't look like there's anything up there. Oh, that's.
Use the spell I taught
Okay.
you, Sareth, and the dark will hold no secrets for you.
Right, so you can use the mouse wheel to scroll a specific thing, or you can use the number key. Doesn't seem to be draining any mana, so which is interesting.
See if you can open the chest. You never know what you might find. If you see a weapon, Go ahead and pick it up. There will be fighting ahead.
There we go. Short sword.
The rope, Sareth. Cut the rope.
Where the fuck is he talking? Where the fuck is he talking to me from?
Slice through the rope. That should help.
Talk to me, isn't there? Okay, so we got one little attack. Also charge. Okay, this is. Okay, so the regular attacks, whoops. The regular attacks doesn't care about what direction I'm moving, it looks like. My charge attack does. So we got, if I'm moving backwards, we got this stab. Moving forward, we got a slightly different stab. Left, we get this slash. Right, we get an uppercut. This standing, we get this slash. Wonderful.
Think. Adapt. Kick that creature back and watch it fall. Careful.
And
The
it
undead are
starts.
tenacious. Impale them to make sure they don't rise again.
Impale them on what? And there's a point and he doesn't get like growling. He's still moving. I don't see anything to impale him on though. No, I think that's just meant to be like master combo or something like that. Oh. Okay, right. Wasn't reading the pop-up text there.
I'll do my best to heal you, Sarah. Now is the time to use your combat techniques as I taught you. Give me a moment to open this door.
Adrenaline bar, that's why it's suddenly
Guards. Here.
like a weird attack earlier.
But I can feel the screaming hand of the necromancers behind them. So they too are after the
A
Shantiri
block
crystal.
there as well, wonderful. They're here
Kick him over the edge. Be efficient, Sam.
they're after the same thing that I am. Burn!
Stop right now, or it gets ugly. Die!
Parry his strikes. It's better to block than to bleed, yes?
Ow! Die!
It's one of those.
Drive your sword through.
It's one of those games where, like the body, your body is physical, so it's it is kind of awkward to like move around. Ow!
I'll do my best to heal you, Sarah. Try breaking the planks.
Show some skill before I kill you.
Impale him, Sarah. That will finish it.
You're a...
God, I'm not doing a very good job,
Spikes to
am
your
I?
advantage. Kick him. If he's still moving, drive your sword through him. You see the spikes? You can kick your enemies against
There we
them.
go.
It's quite effective.
The movement's gonna take a bit getting used to.
Kick him against the spike. That should take care of him. Use more time to hone your skills if you
Don't
wish.
move, buddy.
I'll keep the portcullis open.
It's gonna be another one. No. It's gonna take some getting used to the weight of the character. Trying to move around. Oh no, it's not the weight. Oh, I see what's throwing me off. We actually switch it. He actually changes direction pretty fast. The thing that's really throwing me off is that the moving backwards is really slow. Interesting that so few games actually has. So many games has moving backwards being the exact same speed as moving forward. Just doesn't actually make sense. Yes, I have a PS4 Pro. Right, so I got a skill point. And I'm gonna get to the PlayStation 5. I mean, a good start would be if there was any games I was interested in on it. Another part would be that there were any of them actually available. Should further remain underwater longer. I mean, the upgrade Demon Souls looks cool, but I already have Demon Souls for PlayStation 3. And I know, it looks a lot better, probably plays a little bit smoother on the PlayStation 5. But that's not enough to try to get the whole system for. Especially one that's as hard to get as PlayStation 5. I mean, it definitely looks like there are a couple of interesting things on it. A couple of interesting things that the PlayStation 5 does, but yeah, for me right now, there's just not enough on it that is interesting. That might change once it becomes more available. Hopefully this laptop doesn't demand the restart in 2 minutes. That took a while to figure those technical issues out, huh? I mean, I did kind of buy the PlayStation 4 for Bloodborne. So it wouldn't actually be the first time I bought a console for one single game. I did kind of plan to play a bit more stuff on the PlayStation 4 than I've done. I mean, I also bought the Switch mainly for Breath of the Wild. That's the one that I only played one game on, although I do plan to play Odyssey on that at some point. Well, I guess some of these got a lot. Personal assistant. Let me just have a look at what's available here. Because sound footsteps make them work. I don't know how interesting stealth actually is in this game. Automatically detect secret objects when standing still. This sounds like a really useful skill. Like, this sounds like one of those skills that are like, the earlier you get it, the better, because it's just gonna pay dividend. It's just gonna pay for itself so quickly. But the prices are definitely a lot lower now than it was. Right. I'm definitely gonna wait until you can just straight up buy it in the store without any kind of queue. So I think Complete kind of fucked up by taking a lot more pre-orders than they really should. I think the latest mail they sent out was that, yeah, you'll probably be getting it before Christmas. Well, they do expect that most people should get it before them, but that's like, yeah, you should probably have managed to get everyone their consoles by Christmas. It's like a year to fulfill all of your pre-orders. That's overselling things a little bit, isn't it? Like imagine pre-ordering the PlayStation 5 like summer of 2020. It's like, yeah, you'll probably get it by Christmas 2021. Like, what the fuck? You're gonna need this one. Not sure. Magic skills, flame arrow. Heal is incredibly useful. Looks like we have the utility tree going down this way, and the combat magic tree going down this way. Inferno. Ooh, throw flames in front of you and set enemies on fire. So I did happen to see roughly how many points, skill points you can get. I think like the maximum was like 88. I don't know why they're blink. Oh no, they're just blinking because that's the ones that I can unlock. Never mind. I thought like it might be like, oh yeah, these are the ones you would want to get. No. Oh, that's kind of an interesting final power down there. Allows you to stock more adrenaline and inflicts 2 fatalities in a row. Don't think I have this. So, Flurry of Blows allows you to deliver an unlimited number of fast strikes in a flurry. Powerful attack and charge a powerful attack to stun your enemies. Oh, so I don't think I will go down a whole lot of another archery path. Just decide if I want to do melee or alertness right now. Hello, Invictus. How are you doing? Booty shots? Why do booty shots when you can just kick the booties instead? How are you doing, Invictus? Welcome in. I think I'm gonna go melee combat right at the start here. I just feel like that is gonna be... I feel like the starter is not gonna be a whole lot of secrets. So I think I'll get this first and then alertness. Isn't it this doesn't mention how much damage they do? Are you selling your Framemeister? Ah. Yeah, because you want to just stick... You also want to go for like the... Retro Thing 5X or some other thing that I haven't heard of. I'm kind of on this fence if I want to get a 5x or not. I think I would want to get. I think I would want to get into a place where I use my current retro tank and the OCC a bit more before I start buying another one. Because I think I only really I haven't really used them a lot. Yeah, grab this. If it won't charge, power attack while you're sprinting. Yep. Oh, nice. Soon do retro 2x Scar for a moment while the Frymaster sells. Okay. Yeah, the only issue... One of the reasons I don't know if I would want to go for the Wrestling 5X is I don't know if I've had this... I feel like the OCC handles at least PAL resolutions a little bit better than the retro tank does. I mean, keep in mind that I'm using a fairly old retro tank though. Because one thing that I found out was that if I was using my retro tank with, I think it was a SNES, my monitor didn't accept the image at all, even if I was line doubling it. But if I put it through the OCC using the exact same cables and line doubling it, my monitor was just like, this is good, this is fine. So I think it's something about the way. So I just think like the OCC outputs a little bit more of like a little bit more standardized format, and that made a difference whether my monitor accepted it or not. I mean, my capture card is perfectly fine with both. Yeah, so I'm thinking as well, just processing it a bit more cleanly. Because I mean that makes a difference. Because that means that I can just use my normal setup and just use my monitor for viewing the games. But I think the input lag is gonna be a bit lower because I'm lower that way. Because otherwise I would have to like use my TV, use like a splitter. With one cable going to my capture card and one going to my TV. I'd like switch over to sitting like this and playing, which is just it's doable, but just kind of awkward. The problem with native HD, with the HD is that I will so let's say mainly, yeah, I will mainly be playing 570, like PAL games, which does not line up as well with the HD resolutions as the NTSC resolution, as NTSC does. Because I mean, if you line double 480, you get like was like 960 or something like that. But if you line double 576, you get like 1150 something. And I mean, to be fair, most games cut off like the top and bottom like 10 pixels or something like that. Not gonna miss anything too useful. But it's just another one of those little things that makes me just makes PAL a little bit more annoying. Yeah, the main reason is just that I don't know if the Retroink 5X will output the signal as cleanly as the OCC does. Which would mean that I would have to use my TV, which I kind of don't want to do now that I know that I don't have to. Parameters to work within a resolution, no. I think the UK is having trouble with PayPal. I mean, good thing that I'm not in UK then. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, but you guys had a bunch of issues with due to the whole Brexit thing finally going through. Yeah, I know Jimmy had some troubles actually getting a RetroTink because he lives in the UK and they didn't want to ship there. But I think they sort of sorted that out at this point. By the way, Dash, did you see that they are including a new type of cable for the Game Boy Advance Conslicer? So, they mentioned they're using like a different cable, like the 3240 pin thing. Using a slightly different one on the new ones that are like it's better, but quite a little bit more soldering skills. Yeah, that might be. No, I think this I think they said they were using like a different. Okay, now they're just sending both. Okay, interesting. I thought it was like a
What now, Master
different
Fenwick?
one.
We're done for now. Let us hope that you will be as efficient in future tasks. This is only the first step on a long road.
And it's gonna take. Because he mentioned that before you have to like use like a breakout board or something like that. I didn't entirely understand everything.
Open the door, Sarah. I command you.
It's gonna take some getting used to moving backward being so slow. Which, I mean, I kind of like, because it always bothered me a little bit in that games that you move the same speed forward as backward in games. It is definitely gonna take some getting used to.
Now take that crystal.
That was a bad time to use the magic.
To half a world away.
That was a really fucking bad time to use that dark vision magic.
Let us return home, and I'll show you the next step in your education.
They probably should have turned that magic, forced that magic off in the cutscene.
Sareth, my faithful disciple, your father would be proud to see you this day. Initiated into the arts of magic, a fierce and noble warrior. You have all that you need to achieve your destiny. But you won't achieve it here. Your future is out there, in a distant land. I'm sending you to the free city of Stonehelm to meet a wizard named Menelag. He and I have certain mutual interests. Right now, he's looking for an artifact called the Skull of Shadows. Unfortunately, he's unable to progress any further in his search. At least not without this, the Shantary crystal that we retrieved.
I have to say the
It was
graphics
worth
seem
our
to be holding
pain
up
to retrieve
surprisingly
it,
well.
don't you think? Take it to Menelag and help him get the skull. Once you do, I think you'll know what's expected of you next. However, my dear boy, I am not sending you alone. You'll need a guide, a companion, perhaps even a guardian. She may even teach you a few other things.
What is your bidding, my master?
Hello.
One can travel lighter than two, Sareth.
Am I to protect this boy?
That's an inconvenient outfit for adventuring.
Fear not. This won't hurt a bit. Shh. By the way, my name is Xana.
Ah, yes. And it does the usual text on
There
loading
it
screen
is,
that you won't be able
Sarah.
to actually
The
read in
free
time.
city of Stonehelm, crossroads of money and magic. Deliver the crystal to Manilag and we can be on our way.
I hope so. It's been pretty dull.
We should go back to the city, where it's safe.
The farther we get, the better.
But it's our home.
It'll be our tomb if you don't drive faster. There's an army of necromancers coming.
Necromancers. Fenric didn't say anything about them.
Master Fenrig.
Really? You never heard of this game?
Hurry, we'll be safe.
It's interesting. I feel like this was pretty well known in like the mid 2000s when it came out.
I said leave them behind and help me with these casks.
I'm not gonna.
I don't know how connected it is to the actual Might and Magic and Heroes of Might and Magic series.
Minutes, and that's utterly now. Those undead devils aren't here yet. Right, mind the gate.
You might just have been that this was like really well known and popular in like among the people that I happened to be friends with when it came out.
You there, state your business.
I'm the envoy from Master Fenric, with a message for the wizard Menelag.
That's Lord Menelag. Got any proof? We're a little wary of strangers these days.
I have a letter of introduction.
Let me see it then.
Yeah, this is my first time actually playing it. I think I only played like a demo.
By special request of
It's a
Lord
kid just
Menelag.
kicking
And
teenager,
there's a seat. Let me welcome you to Stonehelm.
kicking people around.
For you, if it pleases you.
Of course. Can you tell me where to find Menelag?
Certainly, sir. You go uphill past the golden ribbon and sweet dragon's blood. What's that?
I didn't realize how much of an RPG it actually was. It was just an action game.
Get inside, quickly!
They're here. They're really here. What are we going to do?
Oh! He doesn't look very friendly. Really, there's like a 3-story walking tank coming and you think a puny door like that's gonna hold him? Good luck for that. Oi! Come on!
They have a Cyclops. We're not.
Oh, he doesn't look very friendly.
Hey, you! Follow me up there! I have a way to enter the wall!
Fuck that guard. I'm gonna...
Quick! My brother's already trying to get inside the walls on them!
Yes, by the same developers. Yeah, they have a game troll. What if I killed him? That's not what I planned to do. Sorry, dude. Because that did not do what I wanted to do at all. It's by the same developers as... Oops. Right, just use it. The same developers who made Dishonored.
Come across!
I thought the momentum would carry me over.
Dragons are there and fire! Just tore the gate right off!
I think the music has to go down a little bit. It's nice, but a bit loud.
Coming up the stairs! We need to shut the upper gate!
By all means, let him go first.
Up!
Hurry, I hear more on the stairs.
I know. Alright, that was the thing. Can you die? I need your sword. Yeah, I've been using a 40p monitor for a good while. I would definitely recommend it. I actually have 2 of them. Oh, it doesn't pulse.
I need someone to man the ballista! Follow me!
Okay, shouldn't ballista if it does. Ballista it is then. using using Asus monitors, Republic of Gaming, I think they're called. Fairly happy with them. So what am I shooting? They seem to have shoot set of Senate. Aim is not doing. Oh god.
Come on, Sarah. Keep up your fire. Now
Okay, just go center of mass. Don't try to be fancy.
You did it. I'd hug you if I could.
I don't know why he just didn't run and take out and use ballista himself. Not sure what he was actually doing. That's a pretty cool time. Definitely looks like something a necromancer would command. And why? Like what? This guy just looting the corpse while I do all the work? What the fuck? Like he ran from this room all the way to get some random person to man the ballista that he could perfectly well have manned himself. Yeah, the lack of skin definitely... Yeah, lack of skin probably wasn't feeling too good for him, yeah. So, get alertness... don't think I want to bother with stealth. Next one, I don't really do... I'm not necessarily planning on doing a whole lot of magic. I feel like... I probably should have some magic skills. Like I feel like at least having like a fireball to just chuck at enemies for a little bit of, like taking a bit of damage off them, it's gonna be useful. Can disarm an enemy. How should I extend enemy's arm? Oh, okay. Can I use a shield to block enemy attacks like arrows and flame arrows? Well, I would need to get a shield first, but... say that was 2 points, I got 3. Yes. I don't know if I don't know if this is one of those games where you would want to specialize. I think I would want to get the heal at least. I don't know how much healing there's gonna be in the game. Let's grab melee combat here, as well as telekinesis. So like it's gonna be useful. Okay, but if my mana doesn't... Yes, the mana does regenerate. It's lying the skill 3 is lying a little bit. Oh no, never mind. It says increase your mana regeneration rate because this is slow. And pick up a simple box and chucking it cost me like over half my mana. Oof. I'm a little annoyed I can't turn the telekinesis. I can't unselect telekinesis. I was thinking about Liana again, like always I guess. She's so pretty and so nice. I thought that she'll be a great wizard like he is. I'll ask her to marry me, not today though. This war will give me a chance to be here, prove myself to her. That's a shit reason for liking the war. They're really into cheering, huh? Oh, I thought that was gonna drink whatever was in it, not just throw the thing.
Nice work there, friend. You've got some real potential.
You want to give me a sword? No? I'm kind of naked without a sword, to be perfectly honest. Bestiary, you say? Recent study of Ashana fauna has given us an interesting account of the creature's weaknesses. For instance, while most of the basic creatures like spiders are very vulnerable to fire and will avoid it, creatures with demonic taint like orcs or goblins are naturally more resistant to fire. They are, however, as vulnerable to lightning as anyone else. Undead are a different matter. Having no concept of fear or injury, they are difficult to defeat. However, a fortunate adventurer may find blessed weapons crafted from the very substance of dragons. The great damage this creature that's a interesting difference, because usually it's like holy weapons, but here's just like, no, it's just dragons. I wonder if that's just a thing for this game, or if that's common in the Might Magic series. Yes! No! No! Really? I'm an enemy of Stoneholm because I accidentally threw a broom handle at a guard after I saved them from the Cyclops? Sure. I was I thought it was like a bad weapon. Pick everything out.
That's all clear. We're retreating. Nice work there, friend. You've got some real potential.
I think strafing around the enemy is gonna be the way to go. It's gonna be hard to get out of the habit of backing up. I should have known because it didn't go into my inventory and just was held straight away. You throw. Yeah, the stoneworks give me... There's something about the stoneworks that give me a very Arx Fatalis vibe. Like, you can tell it's some of the same graphics people have worked on it. Even if it is a different engine. Very fancy, huh? Don't know if the fancy attacks are worth it or not. Take a bit longer than this. That actually takes a while. That as well. Stuff is a little bit more fancy than I would have liked. Do I have any? Do I have any arrows? Oh, I didn't just reassign my skill points again. Oh, okay, interesting. Oh, that... Jesus, it's bobbing. Okay, so it seems to have infinite amount of arrows, I assume, because there's no arrows in my inventory.
I need to make sure all the cisterns are full in case they come again.
Daggers, huh? Okay. can't just equip the shield? Oh, right, because... Both my weapons are currently two-handed, which means I can't actually use the shield. Oh, never mind, there's a short sword right there. I feel like I might just be a really boring person to go shield, sword and shield.
I doubt it. For sure. Ghouls don't swim well.
What do we do with the bodies? If the necromancers get their hands on them?
We might have to open up the necropolis.
Stuff was slow up and don't inflict much damage, but perfect for fighting against a pack of enemies. Like, and you just stun or knock down those they hit. Ah.
Streets aren't safe. The city could be filled with necromancer spies. Was that Paris?
They actually do less damage than swords, but offer increased speed and versatility. They're the only weapons that can be used to backstab an opponent. Additionally, they can be thrown at enemies. For that, you must perform a power strike when the enemy is fleeing or when your adrenaline is full. So both of these have +1 damage, but has some additional benefits. The sword has +2, but doesn't seem to have any specific benefit, other than being able to use a shield as well. Wait, is there resistance on the shield? Which makes me kind of feel like I should be grabbing spear shield up here as well.
Mind your step there. They tried launching skeletons over the wall. What happened to them?
As against groups of weak enemies, I would want to use the staff. I don't know, more one-on-one situation, the sword is probably a better choice. I like that it seemed to give you like multiple choices there. I don't think I'm gonna be using the daggers much. I'm just curious if I switch the staff now and then back to the sword. Oh wow, if I unequip the sword, I have to re-equip the shield as well. That's a little annoying. The enemies of the Stonehelm guards will make the main objective impossible. Don't do that. I need to fight yet to do Menelag's mansion. It's a little bit weird running around with my weapons out, but we have to do that. Oh wow, the running animations are incredibly exaggerated. Nice.
Hey there. A little ale when you get a chance.
Be with you, President.
Like ghouls is thirsty work.
They seem to sell more than just ale here.
10, 15 easy.
Sure you.
Oh, okay.
I did. You saw
We'll
me.
be snicking all of
I
the...
see the ale is particularly strong here.
Can I actually buy anything? I don't think I have any cash. I'm kind of afraid I'm going to accidentally attack someone.
Out of the kitchen.
I did not expect that. Makes sense that they actually cared about you going into the kitchen. Considering this developer's previous work. Something about hitting this makes me so I can't do the follow-up, which is kind of weird. Nice. Yeah, Arcane really love their immersive sim. You can clearly see that the immersive sim influence here. Are they allowed to interact with all the physics objects in the world? Some use of this while moving in combat. Oof. I want to put some points into the bow. Zoom in when using the bow, steady grip on the bow, reload more quickly. There doesn't seem to be anything here about steadying up, stopping the bobbing. I'm just curious, because there's an option to turn head bobbing off. I wonder if that actually affects, like what effect that actually has. Does not affect that swing when you draw the arrow. Good. I might prefer the head bobbing off. No, it's not turned off.
What are you waiting for? Out!
You really have a way with women, don't you?
Oh. I mean, I was really just planning on stealing some food, but okay.
I've no patience for this sort of thing. Clear off!
I wonder if you reacted to me stealing the stuff, or me being where I'm not supposed to be. Hey, the guy's got a Wade women. Okay, so all the food I'm picking up is just converted into food ration. It's generic food rations, which is fine enough. I mean, you don't necessarily need a ton of different food items. Like, it gives you some option, like, oh yeah, this heals 4 health, this heals only 2. But not really that important. You get a miss on the 20th? Nice.
Got to wash the blood out of these. Wash out the blood.
Leave her be, Sareth. She's not important.
I just realized I'm actually a bit low on health, huh?
Some things will never be clean now. Never ever be clean.
FBJ is the best to do retro stuff. I think I'll just stick to hardware for now, but yeah. I mean, part of that is just that by this point I have pretty much all the consoles anyway. Fire! Save that. No point in destroying those yet. Doesn't really benefit. You remember an impressed? I'm surprised at how detailed this world is. Oh, that is an effect. You don't see that effect a whole lot, huh? OG SNES, you get a YPBR output. Although by default it only comes with a composite cable, I believe. I'm surprised at how detailed this air feels. I mean, there's got to be something There's got to be something more happening here.
Looks like just a little fireball damage. Shouldn't be too hard to fix.
You know what they say about the size of a man's front gate? That big one must be Menelag's.
I hope he wasn't caught outside the walls.
I think the only console I have that doesn't have either YPBR or RGB right now is the original Nintendo.
Cyclops! They had a Cyclops! Ela, save us!
Yeah, okay. Right. So all of it explored. Something particularly interesting.
Excuse me.
Oh, you must be the envoy. Here's our guest. Bye, guys.
Oh, interesting.
I'm here to see the
I didn't see a
Wizard Lord
prompt
on
to
behalf of
interact with
Master
her.
Fenrir.
You must be Sareth. I was getting worried about you, though maybe for no reason. Uncle said you helped kill a Cyclops. No, sorry. I'm Liana, Menelag's niece and pupil.
Niece? Pupil?
Uncle will be so pleased to see you. But you'll want to wash up before dinner. Please, follow me.
Oh, don't I love smell like blood?
I mean, yes.
She's getting a bit close.
Guard! Please open the port pillar!
Yes, milady.
We've had a feast prepared in your honor, you know.
Interact with all the guards by press.
We could use some stonemasons.
Oh,
Ever tried?
I thought there would be an interaction prompt to interact with the interesting people, but you just have to press the use button on them. Oh, 2 points. Could grab the flame arrow. What do you mean multi-out poet? That porch?
We really don't have a lot of time, sir. I assure you, you're perfectly safe here.
This feels like it's gonna be a horrible idea. You know what? What's the fall damage like in this game? It's there, definitely. Okay, do not... It's a fairly long fall, actually. It has the same multi-out as the GameCube has. I'm actually using the same cable for the GameCube and the Super Nintendo. See, it has... Oh, how clearly you'll see that. It has one of these contacts. I think actually the PAL GameCube is I think actually the PAL GameCube is pretty much the only time where there's been a benefit to the PAL version of a console. Well, one benefit plus the usual drawbacks. But I don't think you can. If I remember correctly, I don't think you can actually get YPBR out by default on the on an American GameCube. I think you have to do some modding to get better output there.
Welcome to the House of Menelag.
I like that it's
So you're Sareth.
I like that it shows there's gonna be a loading zone.
With those necromancers at the walls, watch it with that. I was getting worried. I trust you brought the Shantiri crystal. Of course you have. Good. I'll take that.
I don't think they do, which of course would be the drawback.
Tomorrow we sail with it, and careful with that soup there, to the Temple Isle, resting place of the Skull of Shadows. Let Arantir throw his army against the walls. We'll be off sealing his doom.
Don't dismiss Arantir too lightly. There are rumors that he might be the Dark Messiah.
You're stuffing nonsense, girl. All three of us know better than that.
But the time is right for the prophecy.
I'll worry about dusty old prophecies. You worry about the expedition. You're in charge of it, after all.
I thought it was a mentor.
Good night.
Because they're wearing the same robes.
And to you too, Sareth.
Please don't tell me you find that sort of thing cute.
Listen well, boy. I know why
Ooh,
you're
she's getting
really
jealous.
here, but Liana doesn't, and we'll keep it that way. Fenric's business doesn't touch her. Understood?
What are you talking about?
Perhaps you don't know. And that's probably for the best. The servants will show you to the guest house. Get some sleep, hero. We sail with the morning tide.
Yeah, it's a little annoying how shafted the PAL versions of pretty much all retro consoles
Sir, wake up!
are.
The manor is under attack. There are necromancers everywhere.
And nobody's
See if
surprised.
the master is all right. Hide yourself.
Trying to finally play through all the way through Deus Ex 2 at the moment is rough. I felt like it was pretty good.
There's no way out. We're trapped.
Hey, pal! Show some skill before I kill you.
And it's down. Wonderful. Yeah, it's a little annoying how Europe seems to be getting the worst version of every single fucking console there is. Yeah, Deus Ex 2 has some issues here. I mean, I thought it hold up surprising. I mean, it is worse pretty much from the start, but I thought it was still pretty good up until quite late in the game, actually. Not know how far you've gotten.
Did I hear something? Don't move, buddy. That's it. Keep it close. Die. Let's kill him. We've got him now. Move. You can't hide.
And we're dead. Wonderful. I'm gonna have to get used to this combat, huh?
There's a light up there. There's no way out. We're
Prepare yourself.
One way or another, war's over soon. Die! Get me some help!
Down the stairs he goes. That short sword. Why not? You're dead, right? No, you're not dead. There we go. Now he's dead. Did a fire with him? Ah. Don't have a lot of feeling. I really need to be a lot more careful in fights. Enemies need to attacking a lot quicker than I expected as well. Can I break those in arrow? Nice.
Flank him! Rush him!
Nice.
Go to his left.
Oh, stamina, huh?
He's trapped. Get him.
They have this.
We've got him.
Where's number 4? What's our 4th guy?
Come back here and fight like a man. Die. Die.
Arrow dude, don't. I got all the fucking food. Where did you get a sword from? No swords. Nice. Just the instant kill from the arrow, wonderful. Okay, that was a lot harder than I expected. Yeah. I don't know if it was just because I had an archer shoot me in the back, but it felt like they had some like attacks that had a really short wind up. I'm on the halfway at the moment to the war. According to what stuff.
Show some skill before I kill him.
Like there was fucking no charge up on his attack there. Oh, fuck me all the way back. Didn't I save? I thought I saved. Apparently not. I can definitely see a bit of Dishonored in there, yeah. I think finding out here is gonna be better because there's more stuff to kick enemies into.
That? You're a dead man.
The attack does so much damage, Jesus Christ. Oh, range and everything is a lot for my
Show
thoughts.
some skill before I kill you.
You mean just over here, nice with fire.
Die. Another notch in my sword belt.
And I'm dead. I find some mansions to be even worse looking at Thief Deadly Shadow, which uses pretty much the same engine. Which looks very yeah, I'll agree to that, but I think it has, like, one of the benefits it has is that I feel like it's a bit more stable.
That's it. Keep him busy. Wait. Come on. Let's kill him. He's go to him. Stay right there. I need.
That's not good. Archer is costing me. Oh god, there's a tree there.
Move to his right. Rush him.
Oh, they have a kick as well. That I see.
He's trapped. Get him. We've got him now.
The kick is what was that kept. Yeah, I think the kick is that, like, really quick attack they do. That makes sense. I don't know what the best way to deal with this actually is. Trying to use the staff maybe, because there's a lot of them. I don't know if I should try to get the... I feel like I should try to get the archer to drop his bow. So we won't, like, interfere in the fights.
What was that? Rush him. Go to his left. Move to his
No, I'm not.
Better go make sure he's alone.
I might have made a mistake by going for hard difficulty.
Don't move, buddy. Come on, let's kill him. He's trapped. Get him. Flank him. Go to his left. Got him now. That's it. Keep him busy. Move to his right. Gives him my sword belt.
Fuck me, they're doing a lot of damage. It's a lot more of them than I know how to deal with. It's a weird sound I'm hearing. Not sure what that is.
Just act like we belong here, and nobody'll know the difference. We're just two of the Master's guards. Except the Master's probably squealing like a stuck pig right about now. Ah, not too loud. Someone might hear you. Who's to hear? They're all dead. Think about who we're working for. That's just the beginning.
Ah,
Can't hide. Ah! Move to his right. Ow! 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 He's trying to get him. Go to his left.
you wonderful. Okay.
Did I hear some dope?
Okay, we're doing it.
Stop right there, or it gets ugly. You're a dead man. Ah! Ow! 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 Ow!
I feel it's weird that like, they have those really quick attacks, and it feels weird that they are doing that as much damage as they're doing with those. What was the wind supposed to do? Automatically takes secret objects when you're standing still. I think that might be that sound I'm hearing. I just don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do with that information.
Hey, pal. You're a dead man. Ah! 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 Die! Ah! Ah! Show some skill before I... That'll teach him.
Fucking damage on enemies in this game. I already done that. I don't know why you keep telling me about it.
You won't make it. Die.
Really?
Ow!
There we go.
No surprise there. Stonehelm does have a thieves' guild.
Oh. That's probably how you were meant to do that fight. Can't tell what the fuck that magic sounding effect is supposed to be. Is that just like a hey, you have got skill points to spend? And I know I have skill points, I don't want to spend them. Although increasing my stealth does seem to... like it might be good, actually. I can't figure that one out. That's...
Don't try to run. Oh, you're a dead man. Ow!
That went surprisingly well. So I took a bit of damage. Okay, I gotta Google that because that sound is driving me nuts. And I feel that is something I should know. Like, is a sound I should that is important. Okay, good. I'm not the only person who's had that. Every few seconds I hear a twinkling magic sounding noise, but I have no idea what it indicates. Has to do with alertness perk. Are you holy fucking god. This is definitely one of those cases where you like, I look at a thing in the game and I'm like, how did anyone think this was a sane choice? If I move, stop. That twinkling noise you can just hear, I can hear I'm stopping. Wait, what's that triggering now? So apparently the sound of the alert skill starting to work. Which means that I'm gonna hear that since that skill activates when you stop moving, or rather when you stand still, it means you're gonna be hearing that every single time I stop for like a half a second in the entire game. Who the fuck thought that was a good idea? I don't know if you might have been able to get up there, or you might get up there later on. You might be getting up there later on. I think they want to stacking shit right here. there. You might hear me.
You won't make it.
What an instant attack that did 8 damage there.
Show some skill before I die. Ow. Ow. I need backup.
Damage is absolutely brutal here. The fact that enemies have this like really quick attack as well. Yeah, you really need to use your environment when fighting here. This is why there's these random spike objects all over the place.
Keep looking. We need to get inside and secure the crystal.
Oh, open up. I think they're gonna let me in that door. Potions really do not add a whole lot. I wonder if you could just have used telekinesis. You could probably just have used telekinesis to open that, huh? Yeah. That way. So I'm gonna question my choice to grab the awareness perk. Alright, right, I forgot. We're gonna get into this house. That's what we're going to do right now. Okay. Celeries then. The running animations are so incredibly exaggerated. I love it.
Inside at last. Good job. Let's see what's going on here.
Find guys from his bedroom. I mean, Microsoft would be nice, but problem isn't really my max health. The problem is how to actually finding any healing. I think I'm gonna. I should have grabbed the heal skill. Yeah, we need the heal spell. Like that's not even, as far as I can tell, the heal spell. I mean, it is probably an optional. Interesting. You can actually go back out again. I mean, that makes sense. I just didn't expect it. I think that light is supposed to be like the secret object awareness perk thing.
What was that?
It's definitely nothing. Definitely not. Definitely.
I hear something.
Nope. Definitely not an intruder breaking every box that's in here. Of that passage. That's an issue.
Don't move, buddy.
Hook that one up.
You're a dead man. Rush him. Serves him right.
Ah, fuck, I didn't think there was going to be two of them. I think this was a good choice, I just need to aim better.
What was that? Stop right there, or it gets ugly. Die. Ha! Show yourself. Better go make sure he was alone.
Oh wow, yeah, I'm doing absolutely horrible. This is after I used the skill.
Did I hear some? Stop right there, or it gets ugly. Show some. Hey, pal.
There we go. Okay, now we're starting to think with portals there. You just have to be a bit smarter in fighting. I mean, it makes sense. I just... Look. Yeah, I think there's a spider, but it looked a lot like a... Yeah, this is a spider. It looked a lot like a... facehugger. I probably should have expected, but... Yeah, I just didn't expect that to actually think when fighting, which I mean... Probably should have. Ring of the Weapon Master. You just found your first magic ring. A magic ring must be equipped in your inventory to grant a special effect. Note that only one ring can be equipped at the same time, so make your choice wisely depending on something. It's an extra 2% chance from a critical hit? Sure. I mean, it probably would help if I had some form of armor as well. I feel like that is going to come later on. They're the same, okay. I'm just trying to think if there's any... I don't feel like I'm going to be using this a whole lot. I think one of the things we can do is to move, like... Yeah, the man thing is already here, but it's quite a bit more rough than say Dishonored. I mean, it makes sense. Nothing behind there. Low. Sure, I'll take that. Yeah, they're just considered health potions or health rations. It might be worth it to put just a point of the sneaking as well. The stealth seems like it's gonna be. Is there a walk button? I don't have crouch. Alt. I think 1 point stealth would be nice.
Yes, and I wish I hadn't. What's he like? Like a nightmare made of ice. That's what he's like.
Yeah, I know that game. That looks an oily arch, so I could probably shoot an arrow and douse that guy in oil. I don't know if there's any thing I can use to set shit on fire though, so limited usefulness. So you can use arrows to sort of lure them around. How? Do they instantly notice me, know where I'm at if I shoot them with an arrow? Yes, or at least they know where the arrow is from.
That's it. Keep him busy. Flank him.
Fuck these instant attacks of theirs. But yeah, you definitely need to be prepare a little bit before attacking. I think an arrow to the head is my best choice here. Because that almost like instantly gets me to the him weak, and he's down. You can't just kick them all the time because they reduces stamina. I'm still having some trouble with the combat, but I feel like I'm getting there. There's a lot I have to get used to. I better give lure them over here and just check the crate them to push them at least one of them into the spikes. Might have been another good option. Or we could also just ignore them. That gives you that choice at all. We have a lot of stuff we could chuck at them, huh? I'm picking up the corpse. Oh right, you can pick up the corpse if you manage to actually sneak attack someone. You have to move the corpse. So don't notice it.
To get excited over barrels of dried fish. That's another perk. The ghouls and zombies are too dumb to steal anything they can't eat. Urgash takes a lot of them. Who knows what they want? Not me. And frankly, I don't want to know. Very wise, my friend. Very wise. You won't make it. Ah!
Oh god, why is he... Dude, you had the wrong weapon out.
We've got him now. That's it. Keep him busy.
It's not helpful.
Move to his right. He's trapped. Get him. Flank him. Move. Come on. Let's kill him. He's trapped. Get him.
Oh, and he had a fucking kick there.
My sword belt.
I don't know how I feel about them having purpose, like what's pretty much an instant attack.
To get excited over barrels of dried fish. That's another perk. The ghouls and zombies are too dumb to steal anything they can't eat. Urgash take a lot. Who knows what they want?
I need to use telekinesis more.
Gotcha.
Don't you play dead, you cheap bastard. Actually, have I not used telekinesis a ton already? It's fucking OP. You can chuck a barrel at them and they're down for like forever? I am a little bit worried about me picking up quivers. I'm a little worried that means there's actually like you actually have to care about how many arrows you have. And those ribs are like straight out of arcs. Yeah, this is looking a lot like pretty much just Arch Vitalis Arch. Some breakable there I didn't notice as well. Can't just kick that chest.
Don't try to run. You won't make it. That's it. Beat it. Show some skill.
I thought I heard someone behind me. Open up. On that way?
You can't hide forever. Pretty slick escape.
Get used trying to look for like breakable objects. Real items that can help me. The fuck did Archer go? There was a second guy here, right? I'm not mad, right? There was a second.
Better go make sure he was alone.
Fuck. Yeah, I should probably get used to me to reloading. That's gonna happen quite a bit. Wait, why am I back here? Oh, did it autosave when I walked through the? Yeah, it actually autosaved as I walked through the door. Yes, I believe it. I mean, I'm only basing that on the options menu, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
Stop right there, or it gets ugly. We've got him now.
The Drapes and the fire effect is interacting weirdly. Oh, fuck me. Oh, that's what happened. I forgot you don't. I forgot the shield's not unlimited.
You won't stay hidden for long. You're a dead man. Show some skill before I kill you.
There we go. Took a while before he realized what I wanted to do. Man, I need to be looking for shields. The combat feels really satisfying one when you actually win. I think it is a lot of it is just a matter of me getting more used to the combat and like how to fight and remembering to use world objects. Stuff like, oh, there's a fire there, let's kick the guy over it. I don't like that one bit.
Guards! Ow! You won't make it.
I think it is. I mean, Heroes of Might and Magic is a spin-off of the Might and Magic role-playing games, and I think this is another spin-off of the Might and Magic role-playing games. I mean, it's also a standalone game. I'm pretty sure it is in the same universe. I haven't played that enough to know any of notice any references. I don't know what I managed to hit.
Stop right there.
Okay, one guy down.
Don't try to run. Flank him.
Fucking Archer, Jesus Christ. I feel like it might still be very much be in a, oh, here's a specific, like, here's a situation. There's a way you can deal with that.
They don't pay me enough for this shit. You won't make it. Ow. Ow.
Oh, they're both dead. Okay, let's not just get... Oh.
Don't move, buddy.
There's more of them. Fuck me, fuck me, fuck me, fuck me, fuck me. More shields, nice. That was not very heavy at all, was it?
You'll pay when I get my hands on you. He's trapped. Get him.
Get one of those shields. It's swinging a lot.
Rush him. Flank him. You're a dead man. Serves him right.
They attack so quickly.
Stop right there before it gets ugly. What was that? Ow. Die.
Okay, I had... Alright then. Just like straight up clip through that wall. But I mean, I was kind of hoping that it would take more to clip through the wall than just being pushed by a tiny door. But okay.
Don't try to run. Hey, pal.
That just opens the door.
Get me some help here. You won't stay in for long. Move to his right. That's it. Keep him. Die. Don't move, buddy. We've got him now.
Okay, very effective, but jeez, you have to be so close to getting hit by the chandelier yourself to have the enemy stand in the way of it.
Right there, or it gets ugly. He's trapped. Get him.
Fuck, is there endless amount of enemies here? It kind of feels that way.
That's it. Keep him busy. Get me some help here. I was expecting more of a fight.
The fuck hit me there? It feels like there's endless amount of enemies. I don't like that.
I hear something.
If we just leave him be, we'll eventually just walk into the... There we go. Just walk into...
Don't try to run.
Fuck, did he know where I was? Oh.
Die. Show some skill before.
Look at the fucking bullshit. Him like hitting me like half a second after being starting to get up.
Show yourself.
Same amount of... Same amount of... of the stick. Same amount of resistance there. There's too many of them. Why is there so fucking many of them?
Show yourself. You won't stay hidden for long. You can't hide forever.
I can get up there first, right?
Run and hide, gutless.
God.
Did I hear something?
The fuck is the hitbox of that thing?
My hands on you. You won't stay hidden for long.
Nothing nice and heavy I can chuck either.
Show yourself. I think he went that way.
It eventually falls. Okay, it falls down on the ground if you move out of the room. Okay. Fair enough, I guess.
Come back here and fight like you'll pay when I get my hands on you. Die! Ah! You'll pay when I get my hands on you. Ah! You're a dead man. Oh.
Like the sound of another guy. Oh, I figured out how doors works.
Move to his right. Come on, let's kill him. Ow! Flank him. Ow! Go to him. Move to his right. Go to his left. Guards!
Oh, fuck me.
I need backup.
I don't want to waste adrenaline on one single guy.
Trouble.
One guy that's wounded as well. It's like bully this guy until he dies. Oh, like my adrenaline eventually run out. I'll make it like push him over. There we go. Just kick him repeatedly until he stops moving. It goes even further up. What is my actual objective again? Find Menlag is probably in his bedroom. I have no idea where the bedroom is. I took more out of me than I would have liked. I guess just keep going up and see what got here.
Don't move, buddy.
Oh, fucking there goes my health. Wonderful. Don't think this is gonna be enough to severely damage him.
Better go make sure he was alone. Stop right there, or it gets. Don't try to move. You're a dead man.
Okay, so apparently even if I do have so I it doesn't seem like the shield works when I'm charging up. Let me just test if I can block arrows this way.
What? Don't try to run.
No! Oh! The animation is severely misleading then, okay. I thought you could, like, have your charge up. Like, have your weapon charged up. While still getting the benefit of...
Don't move, buddy.
I thought I might be able to, yeah. Might be able to be like charging up and as well as defending at the same time. At least very much not the case.
Stop right there, or it gets ugly.
Ooh, okay.
Can't hide forever. Whenever you come back, I'll be waiting for you. Show some skill before I...
Interesting that you have, even if my adrenaline is full, I still have to do a bit of fighting to charge it up. Get it going again, that's kind of weird. Wait, why do I have 2 Ring of the Weapon Master? Don't see the key for one of the doors in Monlight's mansion, nice. A note from the servants. Please sweep and clean the tower, there are cobwebs and dust everywhere. I left you the key and expect it to be done by tomorrow. Yeah, throwing stuff is definitely gonna be a big part of my how we do how I fight. Oh right, that's what it. I thought it moved the bookcase for some reason. Have to take that? Yeah. Yeah, that is. But isn't that supposed to go down at 8? There's something back there. I guess that might be why I want to go up there and can jump down back behind there. On a secret area. No. Oh, okay. No. Oh, fuck. I would kind of like to know what the fuck was on that note. Oh, scroll fireball, huh? Hello, Double. How are you doing? Nice to roll around. Just gör det så där Norge. Not entirely sure that's true, but yeah. Yes, they give you a lot of. Yeah, I'd really say this is a lot more RPG than I was expecting.
Hey, pal! Show some skill before I kill you.
Hadn't taken a hit there, but there's nothing I can do about that. Should I explored more downstairs before I went up here? How have so many people not heard of Dark Messiah? Yeah, it's like an action. Hello. You're looking mighty suspicious. It's like an action role-playing game thing developed by Arcane Studios, same people that did Dishonored. I mean, I think it is in the Dark Messiah. There we go. I think it is in the Might Magic universe. There's a name. It would be weird if it wasn't. Oh, it's another way up here. I see. I thought that was just to get down there, so I wasn't really paying too much attention to anything else. It's a different area? You know, I can only assume that this bedroom isn't up here. That would be really weird. I think I might pop a healing potion.
That's a chilly breeze.
Then maybe we should cross the roof instead of just standing here.
Don't move, buddy.
Oh, no, just tablets. Okay. I think this is actually gonna lead around to this bed. Like we can get up on the roof, and that leads around to his bedroom. Assume.
This is a nice, quiet
Ooh.
place. Oh, too bad we have other things to do.
There's not a full healing potion. And one I kind of feel like I should use the full healing potions, but I also don't want to waste them. Yeah, I don't think we want to jump out there. There was a show called Faulty Towers, where I stole it from. Oh man, I need to watch more Faulty Towers. I've only seen like, never actually sat on like properly watched this. I mean that and Blackadder, I feel like are two shows that I really ought to properly give a proper watch. It's a little annoying because they're not on Netflix, as far as I can tell. They're not available. At
Just
least
so you know, dear, Menelag is expendable. The crystal isn't.
What do you mean? The crystal was for Menelag.
Menelag is convenient, that's all. What matters is getting the crystal to that temple, and you with it.
Now this game seems to very much give you experience points based on completing objectives. I am very much thinking, should I go back down? So a couple of rooms I didn't have a look around in. And this is very much feeling like the way forward. Oh, fuck. I just realized I can't actually get back up here. That's a... Did I not save? That's actually the last save, huh? Yeah, there's a couple of places I want to have a look around before we actually go up on the roof there. Just considering it was a one-way trip up there, that's That doubly means don't go there yet. I could probably do some good damage from up here. If there was anyone still alive, that is. Secret area, huh? Kinda makes sense. I thought yeah, might be a little bit more there. Okay. There's another room down there I haven't looked into, and there's also rooms on the side here. Because this place was absolutely swarming with enemies when I got here the first time. Was there earlier. I just couldn't keep fighting them off because they kept killing me. It's kind of weird that short swords, like you can pick up the swords, but they just disappear from inventory, which I guess makes sense since I don't think they are breakable, unlike say the shields. Be a couple of enemies around here. Pick that up, that would be awesome. Spear shields. Still. So telekinesis does allow you to open doors from afar if they can be opened, but not all of them actually can be opened. I like that it doesn't use any. Grab that. I like that it doesn't use any mana if you can't actually interact with the item. Lots of little stuff here, huh? Okay, no, I can't pick that up. I might be able to pick it up if I had more mana. At least as of right now, I can't. I don't know where all the fucking enemies kept coming from. Or where they've gone to now. That is a strange candelabra? Oh my god. Oh, okay, press 1 armor class when I need magic affinity 1. Oh. Magic are turning out to be more useful than I thought it would be. It's on Amazon Prime. Blackadder is one of your favorite shows. Oh, nice. I thought I did buy it at some point, but I can't seem to find the. Can't seem to find the DVD anywhere. And there's so much stuff down here that I missed, huh? I find it's hard to watch movies these days because it's just like a little bit longer my attention span these days. And I kind of figured out that TV shows are almost perfect. No idea how to use that. An unsettling text of questionable veracity. Its subject matter is self-evident. It's well known that ghouls are the ravenous spirits of the dead, returned to reanimate lifeless corpses and imbue them with an insatiable hunger for flesh. Some say that only those who died of starvation can become ghouls, while others, most notably Balthasar in his seminal treatise on the nature of the unquiet dead, postulate that any who died of privation or want can become ghouls. Darker whispers state that necromancers can create ghouls by forcing unwilling spirits into dead bodies. Regardless of origin, ghouls are widespread wherever necromancers have extended their tendrils. Indeed, disturbance of cemetery by ghouls is one of the first signs that a necromancer cabal is near. Stronger than men and more agile as well, ghouls are nevertheless ruled by this ancient hunger for dead and rotting flesh. However, they cannot find proper sustenance to feed their mortal hunger, and more than content to manufacture their own foodstuff from the living. You have Netflix and Amazon Prime and Taurus. Yeah, I only have Crunchyroll and Netflix, and neither of those have Blackadder, unfortunately. If I ever buy any services, it will be Discovery. Yeah, I do think I have HBO Nordic as well, because that's one of the perks from, because it's a lot cheaper to get TV with my internet. I can choose to unlock HBO. It's like there's no way I can not pay for it anyway, so might as well have it. Only TV channel they have that's worthwhile. Know ye that if you wish to obtain the key to mastering thine own skill of sorcery, thou must thread many dark paths and study that which is eldritch and hidden. In the red-lit depths of the sorcerer's mind lies the true essence of wizardry, of the power beyond this world that the dragons have granted unto us. Yet they say there is a power beyond power, an ancient source to all the great magics in the world who slumbers and sleeps, awaiting the day of awakening. Meditate well on this, and you shall find thy sorcerer's power increasing. Yeah, I don't ever watch actual TV. Oh, okay. And I found a secret. A lot of stuff here, huh? It's 10 to mana. I think I prefer... I mean, 2% chance to perform critical hits is not that great, I think. But I'm not really using my mana at all. Anyway. A lot of fireball scrolls, though. Interesting, since fireball is actually quite a high level skill. I guess it's sort of like... You wouldn't want to give a flame arrow, because if you're going down the magic route, there's a good chance you actually have that by this point. That's an AO. Okay, yeah. There's fire and area damage. So if I encounter like a group of enemies that's close, I can use that. I think I'll actually add that to instead of the wooden staff to my bar. Okay, so there's a lot more stuff down here to pick up than I expected. Really glad I went back here. Wait. Alright. Those doors are locked, right. To remember where I actually need to go here. So I'm actually kind of surprised there's only one path forward. I'm not actually surprised, but it's the mansion seemed like there was so much stuff here. And it actually looked around, it's just like, no, there was actually only one path, and everything else was just like optional stuff.
Did I hear something? Don't try to
Then maybe
run.
we should cross the roof instead of just standing here.
Right, stuff up on. Stuff up here. I should start playing more
This
modern
is a
games.
nice, quiet place.
Any specific
Oh,
games you're
too
thinking of, or
bad we
just
have
like in
other things to
general?
do.
Yeah, the kick is nice. It's less powerful than I was expecting. It's from what I remembered of the game, but it is
Just so you know,
really,
Menelag is expendable.
it is really useful to be able
What do you
to
mean?
kick enemies into
The crystal was
things.
for Menelag.
Big part of this
Menelag
game.
is convenient, that's all. What matters is getting the crystal to that temple, and you with it.
I think bamboo slivers under the fingernails works best. Sure, but it's pretty hard to get a profession after that. Better not. What was that?
Okay, I'm reloading. What the fuck did I kept taking damage? Why did I keep taking damage? Oh wait, why am I back here? I quick saved after this. I didn't.
That's a chilly breeze.
What was that? Hey,
Then maybe we should cross the roof instead of just standing here.
No, I thought maybe maybe trying to cast a spell before it was actually ready might damage me, but no. It's not the case. I don't know what the hell caused damage there then. There's no enemies that was hitting me. There was like one in the distance. That might actually have been the case.
This is a nice, quiet place. Oh, too bad we have other things to do. Just so you know, dear, Menelag is expendable. The crystal isn't.
What do you mean? The crystal was for Menelag.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is
Menelag
the source engine, yeah.
That's all. What matters is getting the crystal to that temple, and you with it.
bamboo slivers under the fingernails works best. Sure, but it's pretty hard to get a profession after that. Not have ripped their tongue out first. That's for sure. You can't hide forever.
Good chunk of damage. Oh, fuck me! I didn't think he would just could come up that way.
You won't stay hidden for long. I think he went that way. We'll find you and kill you for sure.
It's less about the straight up combat than I was expecting.
Here you are.
No, I'm not here. I'm not here. You're not seeing me.
Let's kill you. You'll pay when I get my
They're doing a great job of just killing themselves there.
You won't stay hidden for long. You can't hide forever. Show yourself. You'll pay when I get my hands
Make
on
sure
you.
that I don't follow their lead.
Show yourself. Whenever you come back, I'll be with. Come on, let's get him. You can't hide forever. Hell! You won't stay hidden for long. yourself. You've got trouble.
Shame someone would just sit and snipe you on that.
You won't take some help here. Pretty slick escape. Come back here. Fight like a man. Guards!
What amount of arrows they can take after, or is it starting to wobbling around?
I need backup.
Come on. I know you're dying to die. Yeah, I was kind of focused, but I didn't realize there was 2 staircases going up there.
You won't stay hidden for long.
Yeah, they're still down there somewhere.
Yourself. Did I hear something?
Good old arrow to attract attention.
Come back here and fight like a man. Hide forever. I think he went that way. Come back here and fight like a man.
No, it would probably be safe.
Show yourself.
Probably.
Stay hidden for long. We'll find you and kill you for sure. Get my hands on you. I think he went that way. You can't hide forever. I think he went that way. You can't hide, man. They'll have my hide for this.
Really? I don't know what actually caused that to give way. Yeah, I just didn't want to take the risk. Like, yeah, they probably wouldn't be able to do anything, but still. Still it's small. So I mean, I'm in like 1-hit range right now. And I just didn't want to risk one from deciding to get like a random attack in. It's pretty fun. Don't know if... I feel like the enemies are doing a little bit too much damage. Which means I have to restart or like save scum more than I would like. But it also feels like the sort of thing that I could probably get around by, you know, just learning the game and playing better. I think the biggest problem I have right now is just that the enemies have like this, have a tendency to the enemies have a couple like really quick attacks, which are a giant pain in the ass. Just come out of absolutely nowhere. Bro, crap. Oh, hello. How's my shield doing? About half. Still short, I grab them anyway. No, I can't just grab. Yeah, a little annoyed that I can't just grab the armor of the enemies. Would help me a bit. Nice, you're back here. So we came this way earlier and we broke some barrels down. I think at least. And that guy's dead.
Uncle!
Yeah, that was scripted. I think it was
No!
weird. It was like, yeah, weird. They were like, oh yeah, this lady can't die. I guess it's just like you can't take too long to move up here.
So sorry. I dragged you.
Yeah, I gave up on Lovecraft Country. I just didn't like it much.
Crystal! Oh no! Sareth, you must follow that ghoul! We can meet later at the boat.
Let me grab heal magic.
Sareth! We must have that crystal!
The girl doesn't.
That is gonna. The heal magic is gonna help me a lot. That means I can stay more topped up on health. So I mean, part of the problem here is that I've been running around like one-hit territory for a long time. Many are the years that will pass before a shadow on the face of the sun does foretell doom. For then will the cage of light be made as weak as one of iron, and taint of ages past drift on the winds of the world. Then shall one king's bride bear another's child, and the dead themselves shall make warm the living and infernal alike. And thank you for that toast, I appreciate that. Seek not the skull of the seventh dragon, for it is wrapped in shadows and hidden away from the eyes of man, lest it be used for great evil. For what it hath wrought, it can unmake in the hands of one whose blood flows from two worlds.
Matter. The ghoul has the crystal.
Is the whole, oh, she has to survive, must also be a,
Please, Sareth,
maybe
don't
not
let that ghoul. We can meet at the boat.
kill her. Of deal. In.
If that thing escapes, we're all doomed.
Chase sequence, chase sequence. Did it take
It's getting away. If that thing escapes, we're all doomed.
I didn't realize it was actually moving, huh? Just like,
Don't tell me you're afraid of heights. It's getting away.
Dead Man's Trail.
It's gone.
Not if you follow it across the rooftops. Quickly.
Came from. And this is
dead end. Try the other way. What are you waiting for? There it is.
I see it. It won't get away.
This is a dead end. Try the other way.
I don't think there's gonna be too much hidden here.
Jump across. You can do it.
Yeah, Kingdom Come Deliverance is absolutely amazing.
Perhaps that foul thing took the high road.
Come on, just get over there.
There's no time. We have to get through there. Careful. Those. You can't hesitate now.
But oh Jesus Christ! I actually have the skill that gives me more stamina. Jesus Christ! Not think that by the way the character is out of stamina.
There's no other way. Jump!
We're back here again. Fuck. Oh, that's probably why the world was so detailed outside. Because I feel like we're probably running on all the rooftops that we saw from down in the world. Really? I don't think I was meant to be able to survive that. This ladder's back up, so apparently I was, huh? Also some Kingdom Come. Kind of like, isn't it seems to have consequences for what you do. I don't remember how much consequence there actually was, but it definitely does lean into that sort of stuff, yeah. It was a game that made you upgrade from GTX 680. I don't think Kingdom Come Deliverance is one of those very optimized games. So you might start struggling if you only have a 680. I need to get in there. Wait, can I... Ah ha ha! Are you fucking kidding me? That was an assassin's garb? You gotta be fucking shitting me. Looked like a fucking like armor. I'll grab all of this anyway. I feel like there's a way to get this to actually open up though. Maybe not this. Retrieve the crystal, infiltrate the warehouse. Follow the coolness, apparently going to a specific destination. Right, Beard Lover, thanks so much for stopping by and have a good lurk.
I swear the damn thing thought I was its next meal.
So we'll be able to do something with that, right? I think this is more or less what I would want from the magics. Got my heal, my telekinesis, two probably really useful spells. Charm would probably actually be useful as well. But I don't think right now. Point on my enable flurry of blows to sometimes break enemy parry. Powerful strike that will knock your enemy off balance, jump plus power strike. And rotating attack that hits several enemies at once, kill most of them on the spot. crouch plus adrenaline plus power strike. I don't know if I necessarily need the level 3 yet, or it's probably what I want to save for something else. Up there. I feel a lot more comfortable now that I actually have the heal spell though. I can have a reasonable amount of health.
Speak for yourself. I'm headed to the pier in an hour to capture some wizard ship. That one's going to be risky. Lots of guards and wizards down there. Why do we need that ship anyway? Erentier wants it. You want to go ask him? What was that? Don't move, buddy. You won't stay hidden for long. Show yourself, die here, and fight like a man.
Don't know if they realize where I'm at.
Did I hear something?
Anyone else want to come have a look? One of them is going to find us some other way around. I think the other guy is coming, climbing up them as well. There's one guy faffing about over there, which I don't care for at all. You're trying to climb up the ladder while that guy with an bow and arrow is standing on top. Was kind of not the greatest decision I've ever seen. Fella, huh?
I think he went that way.
Not the smartest fighters around. Oh, I just realized the bow. I can see the amount of arrows I have in lower left corner when I have the arrow bow selected. Dude, I'm up here, dude. I'll try to go down. Haven't gone down a ladder yet in this game. Oh, Jesus Christ. That is about as scary as I expected it to be. It's got to be a better... I should play around with the ladder now that I'm in a reasonable safe spot. That's that felt sketchy as hell. Yeah, nice. A little bit of planning, and we didn't even have to engage in a fight at all. Just cheese the whole encounter. Well, I am a little bit worried that doing fights like that is gonna come back to haunt me later on. I don't know how to properly fight. I think this plank... I think this plank is actually stopping me from climbing up, yeah. Ah, physics. Physics. Love it. Yeah, this is how you're actually meant to get in here and grab the armor set from over there. Instead of just telekinesis it through the wall, through the door. Okay, you can just walk straight into them, okay. So that's still gonna be scary as hell every single time I have to do it. I don't know how you're supposed to. Hello? Ring of the Phoenix and a short sword. Oh, poor little lady. Bunch of potions as well, nice. Ring of the Phoenix. Once your health reaches 0, the ring prevents you from dying and restores your health. The ring then breaks. Should be... I should have a pretty good longbow here. Only problem being that it actually requires archery.
You're sure it's locked? The ghouls will have our tripes for dessert if it isn't. Hey, it's secure. Stop worrying. Don't move, buddy. No! Ah! Come back here and fight like a man. Hey, pal.
Run away, Spray Sir Robin, run away. I mean, I'm definitely not hiding up here to ambush or anything like that. I wonder if there's a drop attack you can do. Grab that last skill there, but oh, there's a lot of more of them down there than I would have liked. Ah.
stay hidden for long. Show some skill before I kill you. What was that? Leave this right now. Come on. Ow. Come back here and fight like a man. You'll pay when I get my hands on
I kind of needed that.
you. Die. Come back here and fight like a man. Stop right there, or it gets I hear something. Ah. Don't try to run. Die.
Not sure where these guys came from.
You're a dead man.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, throwing items at people are the way to go here. Yeah, I don't have enough for healing. You know, just first tend to heal. I didn't have to say it's a single part of that, okay. I feel like I'm getting better at this. There's a lot of cheesing, but yeah. So I feel like maybe hard was the right choice, because you definitely have to make a little bit more sure to actually, you know, use an environment and the items you got available. Can't just run around, be a macho man, just kill everything. I think it's fine to leave them just in the inventory like that. I can... The times I would want to use them, like, you know, I have enough time to just... grab them in the inventory. Hello? And I wonder if there's like a different way to get down into where the ghouls are. Hell am I even at right now? Oh! I see. that's a different way to get in. Okay, nice. Magic mushroom. Possibly go wrong with that. So your health and your mana. Oh, nice. I'm a little bit disappointed that you can't just kick doors open.
Careful. If you get yourself killed, your father will be most displeased.
You know my father?
Oh, yes. I've known him.
Heard about that girl at the wizard's place.
That little blonde number. What about her?
Ready for this? I overheard Aaron Tyr saying she's tied up in the prophecy.
Stuff.
Dark Messiah and all that.
What? That old legend that when the last Falcon dies,
Yeah. The demon prison busts open wide. We all know prophecies are a lot of crap.
no kidding. Some fortune teller among the slaves told me I was gonna die today.
Lately, I know that I haven't found any upgrades. Yeah, kicking doors open should definitely be a thing. But I know that I haven't found any kind of upgrades for that I'm actually using. I found magic, and I found... What the fuck? I found magic and I found stealth, but not... Actually... But not actually like any new weapon, not new armor or any new shields. Or any new weapon, any new armor, new weapon. Using a forge on weapon. Select the metal that will provide the base. Think not of mere iron, for this is an arcane weapon. For your purpose, steel is fine, but flame gold is the best. Place a bar of your chosen metal into the pot for smelting. Ease the pot over the top of the fire. Ensure that your fire burns like the breath of Arcat. Use the bellows to increase the heat. Slide the pot over the mold and then pour the molten metal into it. The mold should be within a small tank of water. Pull the lever to raise the water level, and by Shalasha's blessing the arm shall be tempered. With the blade and placed once more in fire, wait with patient and it's red hot. Weapon shaped too soon is a weapon lost. Weapon and take up the smith's hammer, strike without hesitation. Then craft a hill-through weapon. Leather strips for this purpose are kept near the forge. Okay, we're just gonna. I guess we're just gonna fucking forge our own weapon, huh? You like are you a fan of physics-driven games? Okay. So what points could things go wrong here? We put the ingot in, increase the heat. It smelts. Pour the molten metal in there and raise the water level. The only thing we have to really be careful about is, I think, is make sure to wait until it's red hot before we beat the shit out of it. That melted rather quickly. Okay, and there we got our new melee weapon. Nice. Making a proper save. And just like a quick little toilet break, and we'll be back to try not to get horribly murdered. I think one thing that I would have done quite differently, if I were to start over again, I would have completely ignored melee combat. At least initially, and just, I would have gone for a heal first. Just until I get heal, just nothing is important. Because just being able to go into combat with like 50 health instead of like 15 health makes such a difference in how... Like, I mean, you're still gonna die rather quickly if you make a mistake. But there's a difference between dying to any mistake and dying to 3 mistakes. Let's see if we can get... would also be really good. I don't know. It says it gives you a +2% chance to do double damage on each of your power strikes, which makes me think that there might be a base chance to do double damage that I don't know about. But the combat stuff requires melee combat. Oh, I guess that is actually a melee weapon. That is a melee weapon. I just sort of associate magic so much with mage, or stuff so much with the mage. I didn't even consider the fact that it might be primarily for combat use. I mean, obviously it's for combat use, but yeah. Other than actually finding helpful items, not really that much point in fighting It's like actually fighting the random guys around is actually no point to it.
No, but I haven't seen him in a while.
Aaron Tyr caught him sneaking supplies from the ghoul's larder.
Bennett never was the brightest torch in the tunnel. What happened?
Aaron Tyr locked him in there, and the ghouls had him for breakfast.
No kidding. Hey, where's the body? He owed me money from Dice.
I didn't have a good angle.
You won't make it. That's it. Keep it him. Another notch in my sword belt.
Annoying that I just couldn't get over there. Up there, jumping over.
Hey, did you hear what happened to Bennett?
What the f?
Aaron Tyr caught him sneaking supplies from the ghoul's larder.
Bennett never was the brightest torch in the tunnel. What happened?
Aaron Tyr locked him into the back. Don't try to run. I think he went that way. You can't hide forever. Run and hide, gutless. He went that way. Pay when I get my hands on you.
I'd like to go with health upgrades. Health upgrades is a good choice, but up until right now, pretty much, I didn't have. I should probably get more health upgrades, but then up until like a little while ago, I didn't actually have any way to make use of increased max health. I was stuck at like quarter health all the time. Didn't have any healing. Right to the noggin.
Come back here and fight like a man. Show yourself.
Archer's being surprisingly good. How much damage was 2? It's only 1 point. I can use that bow instead. Can't get up if I jump down, can I? I'll come back and potentially loot that room later on. Yeah, now that I can heal, speaking of, how much? It doesn't upgrade the max health that much. Well, this would almost double my melee damage. Oh, with that longbow, I might be able to instant kill enemies by headshotting them. Or sneaking. I think this is like that way is where I just murdered 2 innocent guards. surprised by the lack of traps, actually. I mean, up until this point, we've been running on areas where traps wouldn't make sense. I guess it wouldn't make much sense to have traps down here either.
Stop right there, or
Oh, fudge. Fudge, 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 fudge. I have a barrel and I'm not afraid to use it. I think he lost track of it because I was just running so far ahead of him.
get me some help here, buddy. Help me out. Come on, let. Show some stuff.
Oh, you're not dead. You forget I have to finish them off. This did not go where I thought it was. I thought it was gonna go. Well, I don't actually know where I thought this would go. Oh right, I was creeping behind there and looking at the guards. Right, I remember now. Rooms that I might want to investigate, and that's where I. That's just the forge. Is that armor? Oh my god. That's sort of okay. Okay, I'm a little bit disappointed that I got another sword that's better as soon as I forged my own sword, but okay. This is exactly the same, except it adds another +2 for chance for critical hit. I'm planning to go strength first, but okay. Really? I finally had actual fucking armor I can't use because I need endurance 1. Wait, I hadn't equipped longsword. I was wondering why it was still on 2. 3 doesn't seem that much. Then again, I mean, I guess I'm gonna have to need. I am gonna need to go more endurance if I want to actually get more and more armor as well. So like I might actually just want to start putting points into that anyway. Okay, lockpick. This allows me to lockpick doors and detect traps, which means traps are gonna be a thing. Wonderful. So I mean, I am definitely gonna I'm probably gonna start using that at some point. I don't know if it's really something I care about right now. I feel like getting actual armor is gonna be more helpful in the short run, at least. And it is stuff that I plan to pick up eventually anyway. Speaking of Weapon Master. Oh, it's right. It's still in my inventory because it's the one I have actually equipped. Okay. It's a little bit weird that items are still in your inventory, even though they are equipped up here. It's just not what I'm. It's not what I'm used to. Except apparently the shield. So these are separate inventory. Right, so so these are like separate inventory slots. But I don't think I need the a little before I start getting rid of stuff. I actually need to get rid of it. Stuff. With the weaker weapons at least, actually, I'm not using. Right, yeah, so everything stays in my inventory as well as in the actual equipment slots. So it's a little bit weird, but okay. I'm really glad I did go back here. I could easily have skipped this, but... So yeah, it's like, you don't actually get anything from killing enemies, except easy access to rooms which might have really useful stuff. I didn't see what I actually picked up. Oh, new daggers. Poison crits. Requires stealth 3. Ooh. As we decided last week, I will help you enter the warehouse in the city. I'll await in the caverns tomorrow at midnight. Just come with my reward and you'll have everything you need. Don't worry about our business. I can keep it a secret. Traitor, huh? I'm starting to feel more comfortable with where I'm at right now. So I have the heal spell for like out of combat long term heal. Then I have the heal potions in case I have like an emergency mid combat. Although I only heal 10. I don't know how useful that's actually going to be in the middle of combat. I'm frantically trying not to die. Be where all the paths converge. So I have to go up here. Pay attention when you open the cells. The villagers keep trying to escape. Well, no shit. Why would they not try to escape?
Is that him?
Yes, that's Arentir. Don't make a sound. His power is beyond anything you've ever seen. Look at that, look! He's opening a portal between the Necromancer Hive and the tunnels here. That takes rare power.
A Shantiri crystal is a rare thing. Sad that I won't have time to study. Menelag. Your powerful reputation seems to have faded with time, if it was ever deserved.
So I could free the prisoner. Distraction.
More ghouls, I think, for the final assault. I must remember to record.
Hey, help me! Help us! Let us out!
Is a rare thing. Sad that I will not have time.
Open the cell! We don't want to die in here!
What can you do to draw their attention?
Troops to the boat. Others to scour.
Pull the lever! Open the door!
More ghouls, I think, for the final assault.
We've been spotted. Urgesh, take us.
Whoever you are, you're a rather incompetent thief. We shall see if you make a better zombie.
Okay, that's all. Wow, forced stealth. Love that.
Die in here.
What can you do to
draw
their
attention? Oh, I think I got lit up by that.
To you, Asha, the Eight-Headed, we offer our lives reverently and without hesitation. To you, Asha, the Eight-Headed, we offer our lives reverently.
I just have to hit a switch there and they should be let loose.
Menelag.
I think those chains actually let me do anything.
If it was ever deserved. The troops to the boat, others to scour Menelag's house for trinkets. More ghouls, I think, for the final assault. I must remember to report
Then okay. Don't think the structure is breakable either. I don't have any choice other than use the prisoner.
More ghouls, I think, for the final assault. I remember to record that in my journal. To you, Asha, the Eight-Headed, we offer our lives reverently and without hesitation.
Let's not play near those openings, because they are scary as hell.
If it was ever deserved. A Shantiri crystal is a rare thing. What's going on here? An unlocked cell door. Somebody has been careless.
It looked. Oh, it opened all of them.
You. Take care of those creatures. I have no time for this.
Now's my chance.
Take the crystal. Perfect. Now let's get out of here before anyone notices.
Such a marvelous performance, my dear. Now let's go see to that Liana creature.
I love that you can just.
They seal the exit. Find the river. It's our only chance.
I love that you can just use the. If I do that. Why does it keep defaulting to the Smith hammer? I love that I could just use the. Use telekinesis to steal it instead of actually sneaking up and grabbing it.
Sareth, wake up. Easy there. What happened?
Xana? What's going on? Who? What are you, really?
That dream was just a necromancer's curse. Don't believe any of it, dear. I'm a friend, an ally, and I could be even more.
Did I just miss a cutscene? I feel like I just missed a cutscene.
Sareth, wake up.
Try doing that again. It didn't seem.
Now's my chance.
Take the crystal. Perfect. Now let's get out of here before anyone notices.
Such a marvelous performance, my dear. Now let's go see to that Liana creature.
They've sealed the exit. Find the river. It's our only chance.
I'm sending you to the free city of Stonehelm.
There we
a
go.
sorcerer named Menelag. He and I have certain shared allegiances. Right now, he's looking for an artifact called the Skull of Shadows, for reasons of his own that are doomed to fail. He thinks you're going to help him, the fool. At least not without this, the Shantiri crystal that we retrieved. However, boy, I don't trust you out there alone. I need someone to hold your leash. One can travel lighter than two, Sarah.
Don't worry. You'll learn to enjoy the pain. You can call me Xana.
Oh. That's a very different version of the cutscene.
Sareth, wake up. Easy there. What happened?
Xana? What's going on? Who? What are you, really?
That dream was just a necromancer's curse. Don't believe any of it, dear. I'm a friend, an ally.
You know, I have the feeling that the person I work for might not actually be a good guy after all. Think she's friendly?
Sareth? Praise Elath, you're safe. I was so worried about you. You must have been through a lot. Did you find the crystal?
Please, tell her no, just to see her reaction.
Yes, I took it back.
Wonderful. Except that now the necromancers have taken our ship. We can't get to the island. If only my uncle were here. Wait, Sareth, could you do it? Get on board and lower the gangplank? Then my men could board it. We'd steal it right back from Arantir.
I'll take care of it. Just be ready when the gangplank goes down.
Just let me move this.
Ooh, so decisive. Trying to impress someone.
I mean that voice in your head, in the head, always had a bit like a seductive tone. I think it's taking it even further now, though. Why the fuck does it keep defaulting to the fucking hammer? Why has it decided that's the thing? Oh, fuck off, game.
Good luck. I'll be waiting.
I don't know if it's safe to get rid of the hammer or not. So I feel like we're gonna get more use out of this and craft like an actual use flame gold another time. I don't know if I need to save the hammer until that, or if I can just get rid of it now, because the hammer being pulled out is annoying, and it's gonna fuck me over a little bit in combat. What's the problem now? There's the hammer. Okay. As I expected, there is another place where I need it, but they have at that point there is an actual hammer. Knowing that it doesn't use your last melee weapon. So absolutely fucked. Look if there's actually anything up here. I remember that hammer being a problem before in the previous mission.
What was that?
Nothing. Definitely not someone trying to grab a box to chuck at your head.
Don't try to run. Guards!
It seems as though Menelag's taste for luxury extended to his ship.
Reflection. Sounds useful. Just move that up there so I know where it is. I think I can just get rid of these, but it's not shielding, guys. Shield is going. The shield. The shield is going on slowly enough that I don't feel like it's necessary to get rid of it yet. A whole lot of skulking around out here, huh? Oh, I get what I need to do. Go swimming. That's one way of doing it. So this someone left, so conveniently left a floating. There's a flotsam there for me to climb on board. Don't mind if I do. Character kind of minds, but cares about him. Shoot a rope, I think. Just hit it over there, perhaps. Should be able to shoot its rope and see now I can climb up it. Way very high. Feels like it should work. I think part of the problem is that I'm not... I think I'm just not hitting the arrow, hitting the rope. No, that definitely went just straight through. Well, of course, with limited arrows, of course, you can get them back. That makes sense. I feel like this is the right solution. I feel like I need to shoot that rope loose and climb up it. But there's something that I am doing... I'm not thinking about that I'm doing wrong. Hit further down here. If it didn't get loose. Bit lower. No. Maybe there's something at the back. No? Don't drag me towards the ship as well. Interesting. I feel like that should have worked, because like otherwise why would there be a... Otherwise why would they have that piece of wood at the back there?
Don't move, buddy. Ah! Oh.
So much less satisfying than just shooting the rope. It's so much less smart shooting the rope at the back.
Be careful with this body, Sareth. I've got uses in mind for it, you know.
Ooh.
Careful now. These are tight quarters for fighting in.
Oh, he just fucking splattered. Proper give that was. You know about how well lit all of this is. Also another door up there, but feeling this.
3 bells left on our watch. Quit your bitch. It's an easy enough duty. If I didn't bitch, how would you know it was me? Did I hear you won't make it? You won't stay hidden for long. Come back Stop! You'll pay when I get
Okay, one down.
Show yourself.
Archer Boyle left.
Here you are.
Oh, you're really closer than I was expecting. Chuck this at him and push him into spikes. Work out nicely. Oh, fuck me! You're closer than I was expecting.
You can't hide forever.
You're all dirty fighting. I'm liking how just dirty the fighting feels in this game. It's like, just because of how quickly you die. Just because of how quickly you die if you fight, this is like a straight up fight. Every single fight starts with become like real dirty. You just want to kill them quickly before they can do anything. Don't mind if I do. I keep forgetting that you can't just jump into the ladders. Okay. Apparently the game is like, nope, you have too many. It's a 20 item limit, okay. There's worse things than being full. Okay, so that's just these two rooms. What am I missing now? Where do we go from here? Is this not where we were meant to go at after all? Blow that up? So these guys, oh, either of these guys have it, like a, no,
It's not nice to go through other people's things.
a
Birds of
key.
a feather, aren't we?
Oh right, there's a door in here, right. Should have started looking for a key a lot quicker. Shouldn't take me that long to realize that, hey. Like, oh, the door's locked? Oh, I wonder if you might need a key to open that. Shouldn't take me that long to realize.
The signs have been clear for 20 years, ever since Queen Isabel's war. The last words of the prophecy of the demon Messiah are coming true as we speak.
10 centuries, and that is all. So said he whose name we dare not speak.
We are fortunate that Lord Arantir is prepared to play his part, as it has been foreordained.
May the Mother of Silence bless our works and
I'm
guide our
thinking
hands
headshot,
as we
then
perform
barrel to
our
the face.
manly
Thinks they thought they wiped us all out 20 years ago.
And before them, the wizards and many others. But when all of them have crumbled to dust, we will still be here.
Actually, I will... Arrow and then...
When do we set sail?
Levitation.
They still need more undead on board to man the sails. Lord Arantir will be bringing them.
My weapon is eager to complete
Nice. that actually worked. That was a hook. That worked out surprisingly well. The fuck is a hook? I feel like it might be a actual hook, huh? I feel like the fact that they're not covered under melee, that they don't require melee combat, might. I feel like this might. This doesn't say anything about like shield and thing. I kind of like the look of the hook. Although, no, let's just send that one forward. Let me guess. If I take the shield out. Take the shield out now, it's gonna go back to the hook. What? Why does it insist on drying out every weapon except the one that I actually want to use? It's incredibly frustrating. Definitely expecting you to actually use mana potions. I guess that's not entirely unreasonable of them to expect. No, I haven't been in this I haven't been in this room. Right. In through the door back there. Right. Take the arrows. Thank you very much. I was gonna wish the arrows were like an actual item in your inventory so you could see them. How many you had without dragging out the bow? More of a very minor thing.
Psst. You! Free me! Free me!
That's an odd cargo they have in these cages. I wonder what would happen if they got loose.
You there! Prepare to be questioned.
Hey, don't pay when I get my hands on you! You won't stay in for long. Thought you were gonna get away, did you?
Right, probably with me.
Like a man. You'll pay when I get my hands on you. Show some skill before I kill you. You'll come back.
But anyway, the fact that actually ended up going. Maybe they'll actually come after me here. Seem reluctant to follow you a lot of the time, which is weird.
You can run from me, but
Gotcha.
with a sword,
Come back. You'll pay when I get my hands on you.
you can't escape that.
Oh, that was awkward. That's fucking awkward.
Come on. Let's kill him. To die. Move to his right. We've got him.
Ow, 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 ow.
Get him.
Wait, did I get all three? How the fuck did you die? Not that I mind, I'm just questioning it. Right, so my plan was to free these guys, they would do the fighting for me. Oh, I guess if you're a thief, or if you're more thief, you can pickpocket it off the guy and then set him loose. I guess you have to use... What kind of mechanism is this? Oh, that could also probably have been used to squish someone, huh? But I would love to free you, I just don't know how. Obviously the key is used for... Oh. That's how we do it. I see. That would have been super helpful earlier. Well. I fuck up like every single little fancy way of doing encounters. They fuck up like old encounters in that way. Like, oh hey, here's a super cool way of doing this encounter. And I find it after I'm done with it. Just give me a longsword. Okay. Try to murder them, but I don't have any reason for it. Oh right, the switches to let them out the keys to get out of this room. Forget that you can lean around the corners. Definitely something I should... Actually, I don't know how... Oh, hello there. We should try leaning around the corners more.
What was that?
This was a horrible decision. Yeah, having the longsword definitely helps in fighting them. I feel like a lot of it is also just me getting more used to the combat and getting more used to like, oh yeah, I gotta set up an ambush thing.
We've got
I had completely forgotten to keep track of my shield.
Stop right there, or it gets ugly. I need backup.
Oh, back up. Elven bow. Hello there. I guess. Wait, what? Critical? That is critical hit too. Oh. So I didn't actually need to put any points into this at all. I mean, it was only 1 point, so it's fine.
Show yourself.
This is definitely going to be a thing later on. Goblins keeping like, where the fuck did that guy go? But they're actually talking about me. I hope we don't go out on deck yet. I hope that my lady friend and the goblins will get along with each other. Let's see, did any of these guys I killed have a key? A Clara weapon? What do you mean by that? I don't know what that is. Oh, wizard robe I don't need. I think you have workers. You mean celebrating May 1st? We definitely have that day off, and it's usually like flagged as well. So usually most people do. Yeah, May 1st, like Labour's Day. Yeah, we have that in Norway as well. I think that is celebrated to some degree or another in most of the world, really. Well, at least a good chunk of it. I'm not using enough. I'm not using my scrolls enough. And this is another way out on the deck, right? Let me make on the save. Little heal. I don't think I... Oh, wow, thank you. I don't think I want to put any more points into magic than I already have. I mean, the heal is really useful, but I don't think it's really worth getting more. Like, I could get actually more mana. How much is more mana? That more mana might actually be useful. Oh, this is fucked.
What was that? Don't move.
God. Why? What? Oh, game just crashed. Wonderful. I do say, I'm kind of surprised this is the first time it's crashed. Just because with old games like this, you kind of just expect that they will crash almost all the time. I say old games, I mean, this is 2006. Getting into more modern days again at this point. Yeah, but there's like a period around like the 2000s where things are sketchy as hell. Most of the PC games. Can't really get up there. I kind of want to grab my... Like that, I don't like it all that moving makes it shake again. That mage.
You're a dead man.
Actually, I can just use this to get back up again. What? I mean, okay, sure, that is a way to react.
Show some skill before I kill you. Die!
Might that armor do help quite a bit as well.
The approach should be clear. Your pretty little friend can come on board without becoming a pretty little pincushion.
Not the most
Just lower
grace.
the pretty little gangplank then.
Sareth.
The most graceful way of taking care of that last guy, but it did work. And the gangplank is somewhere. Oh, this thing. Oh! Way of securing it. Doesn't feel like how they would do it though. It's just me. Maybe you have to use the catapults later on?
If we don't stay low, those things will murder us.
The fuck? Where the fuck? You could, have maybe have told me like, hey, we can't come because there's fucking... because the catapult things are shooting us. Stuff, instantly fucking murders me. Oh, the objectives apparently updated, but it didn't bother telling me. Okay.
Die! Show some skill before. I need backup.
Needs a barrel to the face. Oh, that works. Am I supposed to... It's a horrible place. It's a horrible choice. As a wizard friend, I don't think we should shoot him, right? Yeah. You very much should not shoot that fella.
You're astonishing, Sareth. I'll free the crew and get the ship ready to sail. Just keep those monsters from getting on board.
Oh, time to
They
use...
won't get past me.
Use these
Showing
things.
off for the other pretty girl, are we?
I'll get us moving if you keep them off the ship. Guard the gangplank. They're coming. Sareth, stop them. Get away from me.
Explosive bolt right to the face. Oh, he went flying so far. Look at him go flying. Ooh. New record. Good spin on some of these fellers. There wasn't so much crap they could hide behind. Much I can do about that, I think. Surprised that moved at all. Obligatory cannon fodder sequence. I'm really surprised that they actually moved at all.
Let's get moving. I can smell Arentyr. He's on his way.
Okay, I have no idea what I need to do to get a sailing.
We did it! Onto the island! I wouldn't have thought. You're amazing.
I already knew that.
Tarragon, take care of the crew. Sareth and I will raise the anchor.
Your orders, milady.
Sareth, could you come with me? It's, important.
Sure it is. Wait, I can't grab... Oh, I need to fully fill out this. I see. I kind of want this more, but I have stuff that requires... I have items that requires the critical hit, so I might as well grab that first. And I want both of them anyway. Also, that requires critical hit too, okay.
I'm not good at this. Sareth, when my uncle died, I thought everything was lost. But somehow you managed to get the crystal, the boat.
Ooh, obligatory sex incoming.
You saved me.
I feel nauseous. Wake me when it's over.
I just wanted to thank you again and to tell you that you've become very important to me.
Ready to sail, milady.
That's nice, but I already have a girlfriend that's in my head.
Cast off then, Tarragon.
Why the fuck there's suddenly...
Can we get the boat moving? This cabin could use a breeze to clear the hot air.
You human!
The fuck game? Why the fuck are the goblins suddenly hostile? And why could I just walk through the fucking door? You probably should get moving before that big bad guy comes along. It's kind of scary just seeing us stand there and suddenly just spurts blood all over the floor. Getting a little bit worried that she might actually die and fail the mission last second.
You dance divinely, Lord Arentyr.
We are all part of a much greater dance, my dear. I've simply performed the steps for longer than most. Well, well, look who's here.
So good of you to join us, Sarah. Do you want to learn about your destiny or your doom? Neither are what you think.
He'll learn soon enough. Go on, Leanne. Dance with him for as long as he'll allow it. Your first victim. Don't worry, boy. She won't be your last.
Alright, so he is definitely messing in my head. I'm sure there's nothing bad can come out of that messing with head thing at all.
Yes, Sareth. Our camp was on the far side. We're lucky. The island is full of hostile orc warriors, goblins too. The temple is riddled with their tunnels.
Yeah, this is the part.
Sadly, their hate is justified.
Somewhere up here
Wizards created
is.
orcs for shock troops during the War of the Blood Moon, fusing demon blood
Oh,
with human
okay.
flesh.
They won't take kindly to our presence.
Yeah, somewhere up here is where what I remember. So I'm pretty sure that was like the demo of the game.
They're very protective of the temple. Come on, let's go.
Jesus fucking Christ, this game. Oh my god. So I find... Now it's grabbing the longsword. Why the... They keep getting rid of all the weapons I'm not using right now. Or it's gonna be a pain to get my items out in combat.
Sarah, quickly!
What? Wait. Why quickly? Oh.
This man is wounded. See to him.
At once, milady.
What happened?
Hmm. I was about to try to stab him. But,
Drove us out and blocked the entrance.
I was afraid I might hit her instead.
Are still trapped. Said they saw a Paukai.
Yeah, still has the whole Leona hates you, dies, mission is a
These are
failure.
lyrics, too. Please help Zareth. They'll be fighting ahead.
What's a Paukai?
A degenerate dragon, but they don't live around here. Eleth help us if one does. Come on.
Warriors! Hunters! The spider goddess has spoken.
I don't think the orcs want us there.
And demon friends must not despoil her sanctuary. Remember our oaths, our ancestors, for the clan, for the blood.
Okay, I actually think this seems like a decent place to stop for them. The game was rather harsh to start with. The difficulty was a bit higher than I was expecting, even though I did deliberately choose hard. But yeah, now that I started getting used to it, I'm really enjoying it. I feel like I'm starting to get a bit into the groove of the combat, and it helps that I have I sort of get a weapon that's not. I mean, I guess the weapon is only +1 damage, but that makes a huge difference. And also got armor, so to get some upgrades, a lot of stuff that helps. So yeah, I'll be back tomorrow and I'll be playing more of this, and I'm really looking forward to playing it. Let's see if I can drop you all off with someone though. If I do follow someone that's online right now. Yeah, also the game was more of an RPG than I was expecting. So I was expecting more of I knew there was you could choose weapon, you had weapon stuff. I kind of expected it to be more of just a straight up fighter brawler type of thing. No, I think he is about to end right now, so I won't host that. Yeah. I think I will host Chosen Dead. Drop you off with Chosen Dead, I think. Who is playing Chronos Before Ashes. It's supposed to be a Souls-like, I guess, from his description.